Good now, thank you. Everybody, can you take your seats at the table, please, everybody? Morning, Eliza. Okay, facilitators, can we... Okay, good morning, everybody. We're now formally live. Welcome to the sixth and final Citizens' Assembly meeting on drugs. Welcome to you, all the members. Welcome to our facilitators, some observers we have today, and indeed everybody who may be watching online through our webcast. You're all very welcome. In my view, this is a very momentous weekend overall. It is because it's a very momentous weekend in terms of what you, the members, have deliberated on over the past nearly 7 months at this stage. And during that process and during that time, you will have received presentations from almost 150 people. You will have received 800 submissions. You have had over 200 hours of deliberations at your table. And it is, as I've said, this is our sixth Assembly meeting to discuss the whole issue of drug use. And it's quite a momentous weekend because we have listened to, in that period, a wide range of presenters presented to us, from academics, lawyers, barristers, people in the statutory services and Garda Síochána, people in health provisions, community voluntary sectors, and importantly, people with lived experiences of the whole issue of drug use from individuals, families and communities. So we've listened to a wide range of presenters. We've heard people who've set out, in their view, some of the wide-ranging harm that has been caused by drugs, and we've had presentations from people who believe that many people use certain type drugs and don't receive harm. So we've listened to all ends of the spectrum. I guess the challenge for us as members of the Assembly over this weekend is to decide on what end of the spectrum we recommend forward to government across the three areas that we have a mandate to recommend on, which is legislation, policy and services. And across that spectrum, we've a kind of decisions to make over the weekend, which has to be made in terms of our approach. Is, do you go for evolution or do you go for revolution in terms of our approach and what we recommend? And that's entirely in your hands in terms of that element of the spectrum, and trying to think and consider how do we make the best recommendations that can get traction in government, that can get implemented, and that can reduce the various kinds of harm that can be caused by drug use. And that's the mandate that we have. So we have to think along that spectrum throughout everything that we're thinking today. Is it evolution or is it revolution? Or indeed, is it the status quo? And it's all the options that are open to us today. So there'll be many challenging calls that we have to make during the course of our balloting process. But what I will say to you is remain very confident in those challenging calls, because in my view, you are probably some of the best informed people in the country at this stage in terms of the whole issue of drug use. What you have absorbed, what you have listened to, what you've considered, what you've deliberated, what you've debated over the past 6-7 months is unprecedented. So you are well informed. You are as confident, you're as capable of making judgment calls on this as anybody is in the country. So remain confident throughout that whole process. Process for this weekend is going to be very different and very challenging for me as chairperson. So no agenda, no time frames. It's awful, terrible, isn't it? But it's going to be very fluid and it's going to be very engaging. And we're going to work with you. We're going to build the confidence of everybody, all of us, as we walk through this process. So it's going to be a lot more fluid. There's times as chair that I will have to make calls with you. I might have to test a room on something. I might have to have a show of hands, and we'll work through that process as we get through. I might have to test a room. Do you think we should have another ballot on X or Y? And we'll test a room on such an issue. And it's not just for a majority I'll be looking for. It's, look, is there a reasonable number of people in the room think we should test something else? And we'll work it through like that. So bear with me as we go through the process, and I will test at various stages. What I will say in terms of the process, and Carl will go into a little bit more detail now, and particularly as we get into the first balloting process, is please try and remain focused on the big headline issue, and you'll see this as we get to it, the big headline issue that you are balloting on. So the big question that you're voting yes, no or unsure on. Just remain focused on that. There's a lot of subtext and a lot of further information that tries to give a bit of context to that big recommendation. And you will have time later, as we come to write the report, trust us, that you will have time to feed into a report if you want to further emphasise something, or you think there's something we could reference that you've heard during the process, you want stated, we will have time to go back to it again. So what I will ask you today and urge you to try stick your thinking and your debate and your deliberations to the big headline recommendation that you're deliberating on and that you're going to vote on. Let's not try get drawn in deep as should we put an and in there or a comma or an extra sentence. That will do later. But do please give time to make sure that you're happy with the substance. And you will see as we go through the process a lot of live editing based on your feedback as we go through things today. So you'll be very engaged throughout the process. So yeah, please do try stick with the big headline issue and don't get too lost in some of the detail. We will, and we'll go through the agenda, we'll go through the workings of today. We will start with the more complex issue that we've grappled with over the past while, which is the mandate that we have on the issue of legislation. So we'll start with a really complex one, but I think it's probably the right one to start at to give you a feel for working through the issue and working through the balloting process. So we'll start with that one. I do want to introduce in advance Kieran Manning. So you'll be familiar with Anne and Cathal at the table here. Kieran Manning is an electoral specialist. He's one of the experts in the country in terms of working through electoral processes. So he'll work with us and guide us throughout the day in terms of the process. And he'll say a few words in a few minutes, but we're really glad to have Kieran working with us today. So look, that's it from me in summary. I think we're at the verge of something very special. We've a bit more work to do before we get there, but I'm confident having worked with you all over the past 7 months, we will get there. So look, best of luck, enjoy the journey, and I'll pass you across to Colin now. Thank you very much. Sure, of course. No problem. Sorry, we just get the mic is not working. No.
Meeting, the Sunday evening, I switched on the 9 p.m. RTE News, and there was a report on the Citizens' Assembly, very brief, saying that the Citizens' Assembly had moved to decriminalise drugs. Now, that was followed by a very brief interview by a member validating that report. This report wasn't corrected or clarified. Now, I have absolutely no problem with any decision this Assembly comes to with regard to drugs, provided it's arrived at in a transparent and democratic manner. But I have to say, at this point, I'm very concerned as to the real purpose of our being here. I'm wondering, have we actually been wasting our time, energy, and taxpayers' money? Thank you very much.
No, thank you. And look, I think you do express a reasonable concern. I'll say a couple of things just to you in response. One, this is all in your hands today. This is in your hands to decide where this goes or where this doesn't go or what recommendations you make. There is being, and I said this at the first Assembly meeting, there'll be a lot of commentary in parallel. And the challenge for us is to stay focused within our process. And there'll be a lot of views expressed and a lot of people trying to influence where this process goes. But this is your process throughout today. So I will say that to you, just remain focused. It's in your hands today. There will be, not just today, but throughout the last 7 months, there's a lot of commentary about where this goes or where people are trying to influence it to go. So just remain confident on that one. But look, and thanks, and you've expressed a reasonable concern, and thank you for saying it. Okay.
I too would like to raise a point. I would like to support Maura, and I would also like to say that to me, this has been a managed assembly towards a pre-decided outcome. It is not credible that this ballot represents the submissions of the assembly. This ballot does, however, reflect the government plan reducing harm, promoting recovery. I cannot support such an undemocratic and non-transparent process.
Helen, I disagree entirely with you, and I think you've made some very unsubstantiated claims there, which I don't believe is reflective of the room whatsoever. So your comment is made, it's noted, I'm going to move on. Thank you very much. Colin.
Thanks, Paul. And good morning, everyone. We've arrived at decision day or decision days over the next day and a half at the most, and hopefully we can finish our business sooner than that. But the 2 points just made, I think, really sort of are a nice segue into what I wanted to say this morning. So in terms of transparency and decision-making process, I think what you're about to witness and experience is going to be an exercise in transparency and democratic decision-making that I suspect nobody in this room has ever been involved in before. I had the pleasure last year of being involved twice in this exercise, and it is the most exciting and rewarding part of any citizens' assembly. And I hope you'll find that over this couple of days as well. What we have lined up for you is a series of ballot papers where each and every person in this room has a single vote, and everyone's vote carries equal weight. We have an electoral process that's designed to fairly and accurately represent the views and wishes of the room. We have a design process that we're going to go through before each ballot is voted on, which is going to capture and express the wording of every single question that you vote on. Now, this will take some time, but it's an exercise in utmost transparency. Everything will be live streamed. Everything will be available on screen. So as we edit the ballot papers, you will see the editing taking place in real time, which captures the expressed wishes and preferences of this room. So it's an amazing exercise, but there's no point to be spending too much time talking about it. What I would say is, just to echo what Paul has said, you will have read on the newspapers, heard on the airways, and seen on social media lots of different commentary about which way people predict this Citizens' Assembly is going to go. What I would say to you, having been privileged to be getting feedback from each of you individually over many weeks and months now, is that there is no way of telling which way this Assembly is going to go in terms of your decisions, either about services change, or policy change, strategic change, or legislative change. These are all questions that will be answered in a thoroughly democratic way by you, the members, over the course of today and tomorrow. So I'm really looking forward to this exercise. There are skeptics in the room, there are skeptics outside the room about how this works, but one thing I can assure you is that you are going to be involved in a thoroughly transparent and democratic exercise. Every single vote will be counted. That includes the votes that clearly express a view. It includes the votes that say, I don't know the answer to a particular question. It includes spoiled votes, where somebody wants to, if you like, exercise an objection to the ballot. Then that is going to be counted as well. And every single vote will be recorded and reported on. So you can see down to minute detail what the results of every single vote on every single question is. And those will be published in the final report that we publish at the end of this year. So total and utter transparency, and you're going to experience that over the next couple of days. I would echo what Paul says. Ignore what the commentators outside are saying. There is no way that anybody other than yourselves individually has any understanding of how you're going to vote. And maybe some of you have not yet made up your minds, and that's the purpose of today, is to give you roundtable discussion opportunities where you continue to thrash out the issues and the things. So let me come back then to where we're at. We have a process set up today that is going to it's going to flow as follows. We're going to start with, as Paul said, perhaps the most challenging of the ballot questions, which is on legislative change. Following that, we're going to get into a sequence of ballot papers. As you would have seen, 2 weeks ago, we circulated 9 draft ballot papers. Based on your feedback, we've managed to whittle that down to 6. It doesn't mean we've cut out questions. It just means we've restructured, we've combined some of the shorter ballot papers into lengthier ones. So we have 6 ballot papers that we need to get through over the course of these 2 days. Ballot paper 2 is the one we're going to take first because it's the one on legislative change. It's different from the other ballot papers, and I'll explain how. The other ballot papers, 1, 3, 4, 5 and 6, each of those effectively is a first past the post voting mechanism. So we tally the numbers of agrees, don't agrees and don't knows, and whichever is the majority decision of those becomes the decision of the Assembly. There is one change worth flagging up to you. So you'll remember the first draft of the ballot paper contained a headline recommendation followed by explanatory narrative, and that explanatory narrative was embedded in the question itself. So what we've done now, and you'll see it on the latest draft ballot paper, is we split that out. So as Paul says, what we want you to do is focus on the decision making around the recommendation, the text of the recommendation itself. After that, the explanatory narrative is a secondary priority issue. If there's anything glaring, by all means flag it up. But other than that, you will get that explanatory narrative in the draft report that we'll be sending around to you in about a month's time, and you'll have the opportunity then to correct or clarify or make any proposals that you want as the Assembly to that draft narrative text. But the key thing we need to focus on today is getting your decisions on the wording of the question, and we've tried to keep those as short and brief as possible, and that's where we need you to focus your efforts today. So ballot papers 1 to 6, excluding 2, are all, if you like, a series of agree, don't agree, or agree, disagree, or don't know, and we will simply tally the results for each question, and that will provide an overall majority or an expression of preference for each recommendation. Ballot paper 2 is the one on legal issues, and we've had to redesign that question, and we'll get into that in a moment. So the question reflects the 5 primary choices, which, as you know, are option A, the status quo, option B, health diversion, option C, comprehensive health-led approach, option D is a tolerance approach, and option E is legalisation and regulation. Those are the kind of conceptual framework that you've been looking at for the several months now, going back to the 4th meeting that we had in early September. So what we're going to do is, through a staged process, we're going to establish whether or not there's an overall majority in the room for any one of those particular options. If there's not, we then get into the question of a hybrid model, which is, if you like, choosing a particular approach for one drug and another approach for another drug, so we can go and explore. For example, there has been a lot of suggestions around treating cannabis differently, and we're going to get into that question in a greater level of detail as we work our way through the stages of the voting process. So if there isn't a clear overall majority in the room for a universal approach for every drug, then we get into the more nuanced examination in stages, in stage 3 of the voting, where we go to a single transferable voting mechanism, and Kieran will explain how that works. So it's the most fair and effective way to capture what the preference of the room is. So we're going to start with ballot paper 2. And what we're going to do is ask you to spend 20 minutes with the draft ballot paper in front of you, looking at the instructions, the information about the options A to E are familiar to you. Option F then is that hybrid model where you can pick and mix different approaches for different drugs. So we're going to ask you with your facilitators to spend 20 minutes looking at the, if you like, the headline text for each of those options and seeing if you can understand the process we're proposing. And then we'll get into an open session of Q&A where we'll have roving mics, and each table can put forward questions or proposals on any changes to the text for for stage 1 of this voting. So Paul, do you want to add to that?
No, Carl, I think just maybe say that we'll be available to jump around tables if people want clarification. So,
Yeah.
we'll keep this fluid. Can I just say one thing which is just really hanging on my mind? Just in case it's implicitly or explicitly hanging in the room, that the integrity of the Secretariat or the process of myself is called into question. I want to reassure everybody, I have not spoken to, had any engagement with, or nor has the Secretariat, any ministers, any politicians throughout this process. And that's the way I said at the start of this process I wanted it to be. So I've never taken on any role where I've been a yes person for anybody. So just in case that's hanging in the room, I can assure everybody the integrity of this process. Thank you very much. Okay, so look, as Carl said, 15 minutes, we'll keep it fluid, but 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so, 20 minutes at your table. Take your time, work it through. There's no race. If we need more time, we have more time. We'll be available to walk around the tables, but let's kick off as a start. Thank you. First thing, I'm going to do a couple of things. First thing, I'm just going to ask Kieran to explain, as we get to a ballot, how that works, what that process is. We will have in a minute a procedural piece to do to ask for some volunteers to work with us, people to put their name forward to volunteer to be observers in the count of ballots throughout the day, and that'll be a draw from a hat. We'll just pick, so put your name forward, please, if you'd like to help us with that. We'll do that in a second. So Kieran first. We'll do the ballot we'll do the observers, volunteers, but then we will go to tables. We'll just take stock where everybody's at before we actually take the ballot, in case there's any further suggestions. Is that okay? So I'll ask Kieran first, maybe just to.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kieran Manning. I'm an IT consultant primarily based in Santry in Dublin, but I have a specialism in electoral matters. And as part of that, I provide IT services and electoral training services to most of the country's national returning officers. I run the count centre for the national elections in the Dublin West constituency, so for presidential, Dáil, referendum elections. I've worked on 2 previous citizens' assemblies in this role, just providing advice on the taking and counting of votes. And I do quite a bit of work with various clubs, statutory bodies, societies, credit unions, elections to boards, typically of organisations like that, who require an election to be held and want an independent outside observer to observe that. As I mentioned to one of the tables when I was discussing with them there, I have no expertise whatsoever in the subject matter you're dealing with here. My expertise is purely on how we safely reflect or report on the answers that you provide to the questions. So my job is to make sure that whatever answers you fill in on the ballot paper are correctly recorded, counted and reported. After that, I have no further input on it. So what you do with the answers afterwards, or how you decide on the questions beforehand, is outside my scope. What we will be doing, we will be giving you some time to fill out your answers to each question. In this first case, it's basically a single question with 3 options on it as it currently stands. So you'll be asked to pick one of those and put your ballot paper into one of the 2 ballot boxes up at the front of the room here. When all the votes have been cast, we'll be taking the ballot boxes into a counting area at the back of the room. We will be looking for volunteers from yourselves to act as scrutineers or observers of that process to make sure that you have a view of the process. And we'll select those people shortly, or not select them, we'll ask literally for volunteers, and we'll put names in a hat and pull out 2. We will be, before we cast the ballots, I have removed seals that were on those ballot boxes. Some of you may have noticed me doing that. We would always start each election by showing that the ballot box itself is empty, which we can't do if there's a seal on it. Once we've shown it's empty, we'll seal up the main lid of the box so papers can't be removed. There's a little flap on top of the box that we leave unsealed for the moment so you can post your ballot papers. We'll then seal that at the end, bring the ballot into the back room. And in this case, because it's a very straightforward count, there's 3 options. We will just be taking out the ballot papers, counting them and sorting them into piles for option 1, option 2 and option 3, or in this case, agree, disagree, don't know. And I will then report on how many votes were cast in each of those options. A little later on, if we get into the more detailed breakdown, depending on the result of the first question, we may have to go to a more sophisticated voting method, which is basically the method we use for national elections. And I'll explain that in a bit more detail when we get to it. But for now, it's literally just counting 3 options. We'll be stacking up the papers in 3 piles and counting them. It's as simple as that.
Okay. Thank you, Kieran. Can I just get the procedural piece out of the way first, and then I will go to tables. You have a colour piece of paper like this. Some people say it's pink, some people say it's purple. I have no idea. So it's this piece of paper. That's where we're asking you, please, to put your name on it if you are willing to, as Kieran says, act as observers, scrutineers throughout the process during the day. We'll be picking 2 and 2 in reserve, and equally if someone's doing it during the day and they they want to drop out, we can keep drawing on that list. So can I just ask you, please, first of all, if you're interested, please put your name on that. How are we going to collect? We collect them from the tables. We collect them from the tables. We'll go into a drum on the top of the room here, and we'll draw two in a couple of minutes. So if you could just do that, please, quick for 2 minutes, and then we'll go back to tables.
And just a word of warning for anyone, and this isn't to discourage people from putting yourselves forward, but you may end up missing lunch or having a working lunch in the count room.
Jesus, you shouldn't have said that. Sorry, we can get a lunch into the room. You will be fed. You will be fed. We'll get a lunch. For clarity, what we are doing now is we've got the suggested names for volunteers to help us with observers or scrutineers. I'm going to draw the first two, and first two names I call are two we'll need to work with us immediately. I'll call two in reserve after that. People we may need to call them one or two more during the day as well. So first two I'll draw out. Sorry, not looking at him, trying to get... Okay. First person, if they can work with us, is Jessie. Jessie Smith. Jessie. Thank you, Jessie. Nice round of applause. Second person. Please be a man for equality issues. Marcus Burns. Marcus Burns. Marcus. Okay, so Marcus and Jessie will work with us immediately, and I'll just draw two more in reserve, please. Patrick Maroney. Good man, Patrick. and Paul McGuinness. Okay, we'll leave it at that. We may need to call him more during the day, so if we can get the first two, please, we'll work with you shortly. Okay, I'm going to pass back to yourselves for now. We are going to go to that first ballot. Just before we go to that first ballot, is there any points of clarification? Table 13, please.
Hi, Paul. Hi, everyone.
Hey, Lana.
I just have two questions in relation to this. One question is option B, the limited health diversion. We were told a couple of assemblies ago that that was happening. We were told it was going ahead. So does that make A not an option, really? And the other question is, when voting upon keeping the status quo or not, which is A now, if the room decided to vote in favour of the status quo, is there room for other possible changes, such as health-led approach within the current legal framework, like drugs court, where problematic drug users can then be diverted to health services and recreational users can be fined to fund drug rehabilitation without ever going further?
Thanks, Alana.
Thank you.
Thanks for two very good questions, Alana. The answer is as follows, right? So the reason option A, the status quo, is presented to you is because even though you've heard that the government intends and plans to introduce option B, which is health diversion, as I said, A, that's been in the pipeline for a number of years now and still hasn't happened. But more importantly, B, the members of the room might disagree with health diversion and may feel that actually that's going too far and you might want to retain the status quo. And simply by expressing a majority view that the status quo should be retained, you're expressing a view, consequently, that health diversion shouldn't be introduced. Okay, so that's the first point. And then the second point is, what if option A, the status quo, was voted for? Is there any opportunity within that to introduce change? And the answer is yes. And what you'll see in the other ballot papers that are to come later today and possibly tomorrow is a whole range of different choices that the members can vote on, including some of the, so for example, like there's a stage 4 vote. If option A was the choice of this room, stage 4 includes a couple of options around expanding the use of and the availability of the adult caution scheme, for example, which currently applies just to first-time cannabis users. That could be expanded to include all drugs, and it could be expanded to be available for more than simply first-time users. So those are options within the current legal framework that you can vote on if option A was the preferred outcome of the room. There are other options as well in other ballot papers, such as expanding the drugs treatment court or other models that currently we heard about, like the court's referral programme, to be expanding those type of initiatives on a nationwide basis are options that you can vote for, as well as, of course, you can also vote for increasing the level of services available for people within the prison community that need addiction treatment, and so on and so forth. So there's a whole range of other things that can be voted on, even if option A is the preferred model.
And sorry, Carl, just to add, all of those other options that you'll see, and Alana's second part of our questions, can apply to the other models too. Yeah. So they're not much exclusive. So you'll have the option to vote on those other items. The courts, the drugs courts, the criminal prison supports, they still can apply to other models too. So they're not ruled out by one way or the other.
Yeah.
So, Ciara, table one.
Yeah, thanks very much. I suppose we had a question here at our table regarding the status quo also, and I think it chimes in with the second part of that question, and Cathal, what the answer you've given there. And it's related to the last paragraph here of the explanatory note, the fact that the adult caution has scope to be expanded, and the fact that the current legal framework gives judges the basis to allow this, the court's referral programme. So I know, Cathal, you've said that if we voted in favour of option A, that then we would be able to see what choices we have. I would like to see the choices up front. Before I make a decision on what the current legislation is, I'd like to know how can we tweak that? Because there is a view, we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. If there is scope to expand what currently exists, and it hasn't been done because of lack of resources or lack of political will, well then that's going to apply to all the other options as well. So let's see what can be done with this option. And if it's not enough, then we can go on to make other choices. That's just the view here.
Nice,
Thank
Ciara.
you.
Nice, Ciara.
Thanks, Ciara. So what I would say is as follows. I can attempt to bring up on screen the two very specific choices that would be available in relation to the adult caution scheme. They would have been circulated previously as draft ballots, and they will appear as stage 4 of ballot paper 2 if the decision is to retain the status quo. So if you can bear with me a moment, Ciara, I'll just bring those up and give you a flavour of what they look like. And this is probably... so this is just going to take a moment, Ciara, bear with me. This option. So, Ryan, if you wouldn't mind expanding. So you can see that this is one of the, so what we're voting on now is question 2.1, retain the current legislative approach. If there's an overall majority agree to that, these are the follow-on questions that you will have a chance to vote on. Expand the terms of the adult caution scheme to cover all illicit drugs. So currently it applies to cannabis-related offences only, but there is a possibility of making a recommendation that it should be expanded to all drugs. And the second part of that is that it should be expanded to repeat offenders. So currently adult caution is only available for first-time cannabis offences. It could be expanded to include all drugs and repeat offences as well. So that's, if you like, in expanding the terms and conditions of the current adult caution scheme.
And sorry, Carl, just to clarify again, those options, just so we're clear, are available for all models. You'll still have a chance to vote on those. Let's say two scenarios happen. Status quo succeeds or status quo falls, whatever scenario happens. You still have the option on all models to recommend those extra things to happen. So they don't fall, you don't lose them.
Yeah. Now, obviously, the adult caution scheme becomes a bit redundant if, for example, if the decision was to go with Model E and legalise and regulate drugs, then there won't be an adult caution scheme necessary. Or likewise, if there's a version of, let's call it a decriminalisation and health diversion model, the adult caution scheme will become redundant in that scenario. But in the scenario where the status quo is maintained, the adult caution is potentially expandable. And in ballot paper 1, just to jump to it, Ciara, again, to give you a sense of some of the questions, there is options to recommend the state should formalise, adopt and resource alternative health-focused options for people with a drug addiction within the criminal justice system. And so this essentially highlights, if I can do it here, options available like the Cork Courts Referral Programme and the Dublin Drug Treatment Court and restorative justice options as well. So those are things that currently exist, sometimes on a pilot scale, sometimes in a very limited range of locations around the country, but there's no reason why the Citizens' Assembly couldn't recommend that those be expanded and increased even within the existing legislative framework.
So again, going back to Lana's first question as well, which I think was good, the option that you have there, which is status quo, is without this legislation that's on the shelf because we haven't seen it. So it's exactly as we are today without that. Okay, more questions from the table. Zin, please.
Sorry, I just have two questions here that need your clarifications. And one is the likely to be in area options. Should we understand them as a shall be because it sounds a bit uncertain? And the second is the option D as decriminalize personal use of drug possession. And then it says that people found processing of a drug should simply have those drugs confiscated. And how do we determine the quantity and amount of personal drug use?
Sorry, on the second one, we're not right now balloting on option C. It's RD. It's the status quo, exactly as we are today, as we started off in April. The issue of quantity and how much possession would be a detail that would obviously have to be worked out at the government level, but we're not at that point just now, Zane, if I can hold you on that one. It's exactly in the status quo is all we're balloting on.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Zin. Okay, I'm going to propose now we do move to the ballot, which is 2.1, and it's the status quo. I might ask Kieran to clarify, and we go to the ballot.
Do you want to clarify that? Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, just one point. I had a query from Table 11 earlier, and it was a very good question, and I've now reread the proper instructions rather than just the question. The query was what happens if the don't knows are the majority out of the three options you have. And I've just now, which is probably a little on the late side, read the explanatory text just above the question. So this first question you're being asked on to agree with whether we should retain the status quo, agree, disagree, or don't know. What this is if you get a 50% plus one vote, in other words, a clear majority to retain the status quo, then that is the decision of the Assembly, and that is the recommendation we make. If you don't get a clear majority, 50% plus one, on that agree option, so if disagree wins, or if don't know wins, or if between them disagree and don't know combined are more than 50%, you move on to the next question, which is 2.2, which doesn't rule out the status quo. It just means we haven't got a clear overall majority for the status quo. We need to dig a little deeper into it, and the next question and the ones that follow actually still retain the option for you to specify the status quo, and in those cases we'll be using a little more sophisticated methods than just a straight first past the post.
Yeah.
Does that clarify the question for Table 11?
Okay, so I'm going to propose now we will move to your ballot process, which will be a secret ballot process, and Kieran will oversee that as the, so.
Sorry, there's Noel has a question.
Sorry, no, I can't see it. Yeah.
Table 11.
Thanks, Kieran, for clarifying that in relation to number 2. But if you think about number 1 and 3 up to 6, what happens when the don't know is in the majority?
Sorry, in terms of which?
So in terms of, not in terms of the second ballot question, because there's a number A down to F.
Oh no, I'm
but
talking
if you just
about
look at
this very first question that you're voting on now.
Yeah, and so my question is, if we're thinking about the other ballots 1 through 6, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, if the majority is a don't know, does that mean that the recommendation does not go forward at all, or does it mean that we revote, or what does it mean in that case? I understand number 2, we go to the next one, but in the other cases?
Yeah, I'll need to examine in detail the way the wording is on those questions to see if it makes sense. There are circumstances where a don't know is a valid result. It just means we've considered all the evidence and we can't make our minds up. And that may well be a perfectly legitimate result to place. I don't know enough about the details of what you're discussing to know at which questions that's valid, and I'll be relying on your expertise on that one. But in this very first question, it is worded on the paper, and it makes sense to me that you vote to see if there is a clear majority for the status quo, and if not, you go to the next stage. And in fact, the next question is if there's a clear majority for a single approach covering all drugs. Yeah. And again, it'll be if there's an overall majority, we do that, and if not, we go down to the third level, which is again more nuanced, where you could have different approaches for different classes of drugs. Yeah. So, and in terms of this first question, just to be clear, if the yes votes, I think we've 88 people, 89, so 44, 90, 45, if the agrees get a 45 or more, that would make the, that would finish the argument on that one, and we say we agree with retaining the status quo, and that's the recommendation of the Assembly. Anything else, we go on to further.
And Noel, could I just suggest that if we have to cross that bridge, we'll cross it when we come to it, and there's ways and means by which we can make a decision, the room can make a decision about the best way forward, but let's wait and see if that materialises.
Okay. Okay, we're going to move to the ballot, which is simple. If you want to stay with the status quo, and the options on your ballot paper there. Kerry,
and sorry, just bear with me because I've missed 2 of the sessions. But again, this process was decided on by the Secretariat. Again, this process wasn't a decision that the Assembly members decided that we were going to have a sort of knockout round. Like, if you decide on stage 1, it stays there and then goes to the next stages. This wasn't something that you guys decided how the ballot was going to be structured?
Well,
Okay.
if I could say, Kerry, it's following precedent. This is the way that previous citizens' assemblies have dealt with questions of this nature.
That wasn't actually my question,
Yeah.
but I just wanted to know who made the decision.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Zin, one more time, please.
Sorry, just one quick clarification, please. How much percentages are likely to be, like a 90 or 99 or 95? Sorry.
Sorry, Zin, just one more time, please. Sorry.
Sorry, just please clarify how much percentage is term are likely to be in those explanations? Like how much percentage when we say are likely to be?
What's a majority in terms of percentage terms? Is it?
No, sorry, in the explanation like a narrative, right? And we say, for example, the option would C or in option B, specifically, members favor limited health division approach to people found in possession drug for personal use are likely to be of the view of blah, blah, blah. So how much percentage of are likely to be? And is that 80% or 90% or 95% or 100%? Just a quick clarification, please.
I'm not sure. It's an option, please.
Zin, I think that's probably a question we can come to if we move to stage 2 of the voting.
Okay, so I'm going to move to the vote, please, if we can start this process, and it'll trigger where we go next, please. So we can do it in the next.
Just give us a few minutes to print off the ballot papers.
Okay, we don't have them? Okay, we're just going to print the ballot papers because in case there was any changes. You'll have them in 2 minutes. There's a smaller queue on the left here as well if you want to queue up here. You can cast in either box, so if some people want to come over here, this box is valid as well. There's plenty of room over here if you want to. Jesse and Marcus, can I just check if you have had a chance to cast your own ballot? You're okay. Okay, one last call. One last call for anybody else who wants to finally cast their ballot. Okay, we'll now close that ballot. I'm going to ask Kieran, Marcus and Jesse to go into the room and complete the count for that, and we will come back and we'll tell you the count. Unfortunately, we can't proceed to the next phase till we know the answer to the first question, so we'll just ask you to bear with us, and it shouldn't take too long. Have the coffee ready, yeah? Okay, maybe, yeah, good idea. Look, do you want to grab a quick cup of coffee? It's ahead of schedule, and then we can keep moving throughout the day. So grab a quick cup on the table there. Thank you. Okay, can we close the webcam, please? Okay, I'm now going to ask Kieran to declare the result of the first ballot, and we will shortly just put it up on the screen as well, but I'll ask Kieran just to declare the vote, please. We can't get your attention.
Okay. We had 88 people in the room and we had 88 votes cast. One of those was an invalid vote. It didn't have a mark for any of the three options. So we have 87 valid votes. Of those, 11 agree with retaining the status quo, 74 do not agree, and 2 don't know. So it's very clear that the agree has not got an overall or anything near an overall consensus within the group. So the recommendation is not to retain the status quo at the moment. We've no clear consensus for that. We'll move on to the next ballot.
Okay, I'm now going to pass the call to move us now to stage 2. I did say it'd take us a while to get going, but well done to everybody. We're off and running. Stage 2.
Thanks, Kieran. Thanks, Paul. And thanks to our scrutineers as well. So we're now moving to stage 2 of ballot paper 2. Stage 2 of voting is a very simple question. It presents options A through to F, being the status quo, health diversion, comprehensive health-led approach, tolerance for all drugs, and legalisation and regulation. And Model F is a hybrid, which is something that we will come to if we go through to stage 3. A hybrid approach means that you will take a different approach for certain drugs compared to others. The definition of that we will work out in stage 3 if we come to that level of detail. So the ballot paper that's now been distributed in draft format on white paper is stage 2 voting. So we'd ask you all just spend a short amount of time, probably 15 minutes at the most, discussing this. The question is very straightforward. On the right-hand side, as you can see on the screen, you have 6 boxes, and you put an X in the box of your first preference. And this is to establish whether or not the members of the Assembly have a preference, an overall majority in preference for any one of these particular approaches. We already know the answer to ballot paper A, or option A rather, the status quo, but we're retaining it on this question again for people to express a preference for that. But if there is an overall majority for either of the options B, C, D or E, that is the decision of the room. If there's an overall majority for F, we move to stage 3 balloting paper, stage 3 voting. And if there is no overall majority for any of these options, we then also move on to stage 3, where we get into a little bit more nuanced decision making about which approach one would take for different types of drugs. So we're available if there's any questions, but please spend the next 15 minutes at the most and discussing this, and make sure that you all understand what's being asked of you. It's a single vote with an X in the box of your first preference for what should be done for all drugs.
Okay.
Thank you.
So again, I think we can well do this in 15, so please work with us, and we'll answer any questions at the end and we'll go to ballot. This is a simple declaration of your preference for a model.
Yeah.
Just the first slide on that has it. It's Q2.1.
Perfect. Thanks. Yeah, it was, yeah.
Ryan, do you need this? Okay, just for everybody's benefit, the result of the first ballot is on the screen there now. Thank you.
Yeah, they're after getting a supply of it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well.
for personal use. I think that is a nuanced way of legalising drugs.
Okay, Maura. And just to clarify, B is just to move to the current position of the legislation that's on the shelf
Right.
within the current model. It's not to decriminalise.
I think, did you mean D?
No, I meant B. Where it says the government should introduce a planned health diversion legislation. I don't think it's full decriminalisation, but I think it's very close to it. It's leaving it open. And would it not have been more straightforward, to put it that way? And to put C, it's a kind of a nuanced way, a comprehensive. That means that it's all health.
Yeah,
And
B
I'd feel then that the courts and guards and that were just written more or less out. They wouldn't have any power. Now, whether that's good or bad, I don't know, but I think we need to discuss that more. Thank you.
Yeah. I would say there's probably a couple of things that you would need to have clarified for you to understand the differences between B, C and D for that matter, but we can come back to that.
Going to take one more question just in the back and I'm going to test where the room are.
I'm just wondering with regard to options B to E inclusive, if any of those options are chosen, is there an opportunity to fine-tune the scope or wording thereafter, excluding this stipulation that it applies to all drugs, but the wording and the scope, is there an opportunity to fine-tune that thereafter?
Fine-tuning is one thing, like if there's a fundamental need to redesign the question, then it's probably best done before the voting happens. So fine-tuning is, so if you can sort of look at the headline vote for the voting question for options A, B, C, D and E, you can see the voting recommendation itself is quite short, and that's the high-level direction that the Assembly wishes to give, the kind of strategic sense of direction or direction of travel, as Paul would have said, to the Oireachtas. The fine-tuning of it is probably lies in the body of the explanatory narrative, and that, I think, it can be best done in the drafting of the report, right? If there's any components that are missing or that need amendment, we can hear from each of you in the drafting of the report once we get beyond the initial choice of recommendation. That would be one efficient way to do it.
Can I just check and look, this is important, so, we knew this was a more complex, the most complex piece. Can I just check based on a suggestion? It can be just a simple show of hands, if we'll use the colour cards if we need to, but based on a show of hands, at your table, are you ready to proceed on this ballot paper, on this vote right now? So who feels we are ready? Okay. And who feels we're not ready, just for clarity? Okay, I think it's a very clear majority of people really want to proceed. And I'm not trying to dismiss anything that's come up, but I think there's a very clear majority of people want to proceed on the vote. So can we move now, please, to make sure we have the ballot papers out for people to express a vote, and then we take stock after that. Thank you.
Could I have Marcus and Jesse to the top?
Sorry, everybody, it's the colour orange ballot paper. Just make sure as you're casting, colour orange. I'm no good on colour. Yeah. Hold on, there's somebody around.
Okay, if anybody, everybody has to vote on the orange ballot paper. If anybody has voted or has a white paper, you need to go back to your table and get the orange one. Okay. And if anybody has accidentally put in a white ballot paper, you need to go back and get your orange one to go into the box. Thank you.
Some of them have it in their packet. I didn't see any going in, but did they? Did any whites go in?
Okay. Okay, well spotted.
Yeah.
If we end up with 87 plus the white,
Yes.
we can assume that that was
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Can I just check now that everybody has had the opportunity to vote with an orange ballot paper? One more. Two more. One's in. Okay, has everybody now had the opportunity? I know. That's why I'm saying it. Has everybody now had the opportunity? Because we're going to close the ballot. Saying we're going to have to close the ballot. Okay, Zin, I am going to have to close the ballot, please. Sorry, no, but we have to cast your vote. Thank you. Okay, now formally closing that stage of the ballot process. Please give us some time with our two independent observers. We'll make the count and we'll revert as soon as possible. The ballot boxes are now sealed, well sealed anyway. Okay.
Well done, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you again for your time. No pressure, just hurry up there, Jesse and Marcus.
Yeah, we can cut live stream now.
To declare the result from the stage 2 ballot process, I'm going to pass across to Kieran. If I can get your attention, please. Folks, can we? Kieran, thanks.
Okay, the question on stage 2 was to determine if there was a consensus, an overall consensus, for a single model that would apply to all drugs across the board, or whether we should go for a hybrid model that would have potentially different approaches for different types or classes of drugs. The results are as follows. There was 88 votes cast, of which 1 was invalid, having not expressed an opinion for a single option. In favour of the status quo for all drugs, option A, there were 4 votes. Health diversion for all drugs, option B, received 7 votes. Comprehensive health led for all drugs, option C, received 16. Option D, tolerance for all drugs, received 2 votes. Option E, legalisation and regulation for all drugs, received 7 votes. And option F, hybrid, different approaches for different drugs, received 51 votes.
Okay. And we will put that up on the screen.
Yes, we'll
in
display
a
that
moment.
shortly.
It'll go up on the screen. So can I just take us to the next phase? This has given a very clear indication that you, the members, want a distinct approach for different type of drugs, an approach for different type of drugs. Okay, that's fair enough. That's what F has demonstrated. Not one universal model for all, but a particular model for some and others. So we're going to move into a little bit of a complex piece now, because there's a lot of drugs that we'll ask Carl to display in a minute. There's a lot of types of drugs. I think in our deliberations, there's been, and this is where I am going to test the room rather than going through ballot after ballot after ballot. In our deliberations, there has been a reasonable level of discussion and debate around the issue of cannabis and what approach might be taken to that. You will have the option of those models for whatever drug type we're talking about now, but I will test the room in a moment or two just to see what approach you want to take. Is it just one drug, for example, cannabis, I'm not saying it, or is one drug cocaine or magic mushrooms, and then all others a different approach? Or again, do you want to go through various different ones? So we're going to test the room in a minute for it. First of all, can we just declare the result if it's no on the screen? Not yet. No, we will do that. We'll do that in a moment. So that's where we're at now. You'll need to work with me. We'll need to test the room what drugs we're going to ballot on for an approach. And it might be that we'll have some drugs for individual models, and then the rest will fall into a ballot separately. So just work with us till we test the room where you want to go in terms of the individual ballots on drugs. Do you want to list them, or is it worthwhile? We just go ahead, Carl.
We're just going to put up a list on screen. If our screen shifts, Ryan, would you mind putting up my monitor? So this is the list that we had originally devised. It may be incomplete, it may not be the way people want it listed. But as Paul said, the strongest signal we've had from members throughout the process is that some people in the room believe cannabis should be treated differently, others don't. But let's see whether you want a separate ballot paper on cannabis with a show of hands.
Yeah, let's do it. So that's a list there. So just work with us for a couple of minutes, right? And again, a show of hands. Do you believe we should have a specific ballot on cannabis to determine the model applying for cannabis?
Yeah.
Okay. I think
that's
okay.
Sufficient.
That's sufficient. You're not looking for absolutes, so that's sufficient. Yeah. And again, just bear with me on this one, right? Would you be satisfied that we class everything else, the one model for all the rest of the drugs? Or do you think there's other drugs we should take as well? So, sorry, yeah. So do you feel we should look at other type of drugs first of all? Just put your hands up as well for a different approach. Okay. Okay. So first of all, you have clarified we should look at cannabis and have a ballot around it. Okay. So it seems like you feel there are other type of drugs. Are there other type of drugs you feel you would like to determine what model is applied to it?
You can ask for a proposal from the room.
Yes. Okay. There are. Okay. Of course, Marie.
No. Yeah, it's not an illicit drug. So.
Okay, so you do feel we should take an approach for other types of drugs. Can I just, suggestions from the room, what type of drugs do you think we should give specific attention to? Sorry, so we have mushrooms.
Is it worth having a conversation around natural, like plant-based drugs and synthetic or manufactured drugs? Is that how we would separate them? I don't know.
Sorry, can you just indicate your hands, please? Jack is over here as well. Or no, sorry, apologies.
I guess I would also, I would agree with what that member just said, but I'd also possibly add MDMA or ecstasy as an exceptional drug that I believe deserves maybe a separate ballot.
Go ahead, sir. Any more? Sorry, any more else? We've certainly had MDA, ecstasy. Sorry, we certainly had MDMA, ecstasy, magic mushrooms, I think was indicated. Sorry, plant-based, synthetic. Sorry, go ahead.
I think this is where we probably need Johanna Ivers to come in with a bit of technical information. Sorry. So what I would suggest, right, is we have a show of hands for who would favour. So there's been several options proposed, right? One is for example, Jack's proposal around MDMA and ecstasy. Should that be treated as a separate ballot question? And a simple show of hands will give us a sense of whether or not the room believes that. And similarly with other drugs there, so plant-based drugs, but as one member pointed out, Kerry, cocaine is a plant-based drug, and heroin. So using a terminology that's too broad probably confuses the issue, right? So there has been a number of members throughout the course of the process arguing that drugs like psilocybin, ayahuasca, ibogaine, etc., have a therapeutic value, and there is probably an argument that some members would like to advance that should be included as a separate category. DMT in there as well, yeah, okay.
Barry, sorry, just get your mic, Barry, 1 second.
Just as a way of classing these, is there not already a class system for these drugs as in class 1, class 2 and class 3?
Johanna, can you add something to this to help us, please?
Yes.
The trouble is that you're looking at it like classification system. We've clearly have a classification system of what drugs fall under what classification from a drug perspective, but there's a bit of blurred conversation going on about the class system as in the legal system. They're two different things. I think that consideration really needs to be given to the members in terms of how they're going to divide drugs up and how they're going to consider the treatment of those. It's not something that should be taken lightly.
Yeah.
That's my token to it.
Hi, sorry, I just kind of asked the room, maybe this is unpopular, but what do we want to achieve by if we make it really, really complex? Like if we divide it down so much, are we not just going to dilute our recommendations? We only want to recommend 10 things or 5 or 6 things so that our recommendations are actually uptaken. Is it not going to dilute what we're trying to do if we end up having a spectrum of recommendations across all different drugs?
And that's an option for the members. You can take an approach for 1 or 2 or 3 type drugs, and all the rest fall into, another category that we're not dealing with.
I mean, I would suggest, even though there's been suggestions for specific drugs or classes of drugs made here, it needs to have an endorsement from a significant number in the room for it to become a ballot question. So if there is a number of people speaking up in favour of including certain drugs, we need to gauge the temperature of the room and the willingness of the room to treat those separately, because there is an argument made that we can get too finite and too specific. And then there's another argument that we need to do that. So you, the members, are the best placed people to determine that. And so...
Yeah, no, I think Carl's right. Like it'd be very complex to go through every kind of drug and make a recommendation on every kind of drug. We are trying to specify, are there some that we do believe, and we will have to test a room rather than go for a ballot on it.
Yeah.
So let's do that.
Start with
so I'm going to start. Sorry, Johanna, was it coming back in again?
I suppose just to crystallise what I was trying to say is that they really need to decide whether they're basing their classification system on the harms of drugs or the legal classification. So whether or not it's legal or not, and just a change to that, or if you're looking at whether a drug is harmful or to a person or the people around them or to society, that's a whole other argument that needs consideration.
Okay. I'm going to test just where the room is willing to go and not willing to go. Okay, so we've had cannabis. I've just tested the room. I'll do it again. Hands up if you're in favour of getting cannabis to a ballot about what type of approach applies to that drug. Okay, simple. That's fine. That's clear. MDMA, ecstasy. Hands up if you want a particular vote on that.
It's not sufficient.
It's not a sufficient number in the room believe to treating that separately, differently. It's quite a minority. Okay. Magic mushrooms was listed. Okay. There's a reasonable number in the room believe that's one that should be tested. Okay. So far cannabis and magic mushrooms. The room believes there should be a vote on those, right? Is there any other one that I've left out? Any other type drug? Sorry? No? Sorry?
Thanks. I think the classification you have there at the bottom, I think it encapsulates a number of substances that are very closely aligned in terms of their therapeutic value. So mushroom is ayahuasca. I think it should all be the one vote.
Yeah, sorry, I'd agree with him. It seems like a lot of people are for cannabis and most hallucinogenics.
Where's that coming from? Or William?
Sorry, I didn't know.
Yeah, it seems like most people are for going for cannabis and most hallucinogenics, not just psilocybin, like DMT and ayahuasca.
So bottom line, rather than just mushrooms, we go for the entire spectrum of, or the entire range of drugs on here. DMT, psilocybin.
Okay, so it's those listed together. Is that the question, Barry? Yeah. Okay, so cannabis plus those. That's so far what we've determined a ballot goes forward from. For you to determine what model approach. Okay.
Ecstasy is ruled out. And,
Ecstasy and MDA is ruled out.
Do you
Sorry, Jackie, do you want one more question?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure if this should receive its own independent ballot, but I do feel like synthetic opiates and other synthetic drugs should be kind of given their own specific categories because they are completely divorced from the others. Obviously, they're a much more modern phenomena, and I believe they should be treated as somewhat separate to the others, at least to the other, I guess, more conventional opiates and stimulants.
Can I test that? Can I test that in the room? If the room.
And you might want to bring in Brian Galvin to speak on stimulants.
Yeah. Can I test that in the room as well, please? If there's a. You'll have to clarify. Because the room has indicated they want a specific model for some kinds of drugs. We're trying to determine.
On what basis are we then going to?
On the basis of the last vote, the room has
No,
determined.
but on the basis of what the law should be around.
Yeah, good point. On the basis of what model should apply from those models A down to E.
What legislative approach, yeah.
What legislation approach should be applied? So, I have two. I know Jack's question there, which I'm sorry.
Synthetic opioids, is it?
Synthetic opioids. Is there a majority? Sorry, Can I test the room? How do people believe we should put that on the ballot in terms of... Sorry? I know, I'm just trying to get this vote first. Can you just test the room first on this one?
Fentanyl and other synthetic opioids.
Sorry. Okay, Brian, maybe somebody, would you be able to?
Brian or Johanna.
Brian or Johanna, just to clarify synthetic opioids.
Okay, yeah, and I've got it.
Can you stand up, Brian?
Hiya.
Just stand up, Brian, just so everybody can see it clearly. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I think the point was well made that there are a huge number of new drugs that come into that list. I think 800 different drugs that the MCDA are looking at. And it's not just opioids, it's cannabinoids and cathinones. They are a very different category, and some are legal at the moment, and some are not. It's a very complex area. How you integrate it into the current list, I'm not sure. It's a tricky one, but we do have to consider it. Try and think of years' time, or 3 years' time, when there are going to be a lot more of these drugs available. And things like ketamine, I don't see it on that list either. It's, we didn't even, I think it didn't appear 3 or 4 years ago, and now it's quite common. The list is, it can't be comprehensive. It's, but I would classify all the new drugs, I think, together. Okay, don't take out synthetic opioids from the cannabinoid drugs or cathinones. That's my...
And Brian, would those be termed new psychoactive
new
substances?
New psychoactive substances, yeah,
okay.
Exactly. And there are, I think, nearly 1,000 in circulation at the moment and growing all the time. So we do have to think about this.
Okay, again, and come back, Jack made a point. Do people believe, based on some clarification given by Brian, that they would like that tested on a ballot? Can you show your hands if you think you would like that tested on a ballot? Okay, that doesn't stand. Sorry, I just need to call in the mics. I need to call in the mics. There's a few people, so go ahead. Just indicate your hand and we'll call it in.
Yeah, so when we say cannabis, is that going to be irrespective of the strength of cannabis, the strain of cannabis, what the cannabis is mixed with? Because when we say cannabis, that's quite a large umbrella group, but that also has different strengths, different strains, different THC. And we heard, I believe, from a number of speakers about the impact, effects, and dangers of cannabis. So if we're going to get into this level of differentiating between good drugs and bad drugs in terms of the illegality, are we going to do that with cannabis as well?
But the room has determined in the last ballot that the room wants to get into this detail and a different approach, yeah. So, yeah.
Here. So are we going to get into that same level of detail when we talk about cannabis? Because we can't just pretend that cannabis is all one thing and get into the level of detail we're now getting with other drugs.
Yeah. Well, I think part of the answer there is we've effectively at the last meeting agreed that the strategy this Assembly would take in making its recommendations is to give high-level strategic sense of direction to the Oireachtas, but to let the Oireachtas and the legislator and the government figure out the specific mechanisms around regulating cannabis, if that is to be a recommendation. But it may not be the recommendation. We have to still get into voting stage 3 and allow the room decide which approach. So while the room here, for example, may have agreed significantly that there's a different approach needed to cannabis, some people in the room may see that approach as being the status quo. Others may feel it needs a completely different recommendation. So there's no clarity yet until we get to vote on it, what the room views is the appropriate way to deal with cannabis. So we have to wait and see how that pans out.
Okay, so far we have 2 listed that we will put the ballot, and look, we can come back, but so far we have these 2 lists that you want to test in terms of an approach. What models, going back to the models, apply to these 2 drugs?
And just to say, the third option, which will be on the ballot paper, is all other drugs. So once you have gotten through the list of specific drugs, which is cannabis, and then this group of hallucinogenic drugs, then the other option, unless the room agrees, is a third or fourth set of drugs. Everything else falls in under all other drugs.
Okay, two more. I'm going to go to table number 1 first, table 13, and then I'll try to come back to Jack.
I'd just like to recommend, for the purposes of thoroughness and completeness, and given its prevalence in society, I think we should test the room on cocaine as well.
Okay. Can I have a level of understanding in the room that we will test cocaine? Again, you're not declaring a vote for it at this stage, but you're declaring it's worth putting on the ballot for testing. Can you have a show of hands if you feel that let's test cocaine in terms of the next stage of the process? Show of hands if you feel we should. It's a reasonable number. It's not a majority, but I think so. If you feel, just so I'm clear, that's important. I think there's a reasonable number within the room feel we should at least test it. That's not your vote in favour or against. You're just putting it down for test. Okay, so we will. Table 13. No, okay. Jack, do you want one more, please? You just put your table numbers up, please, so I can see.
I just wanted to, well, I think I have two things I would wish to say. I guess the first is, if a drug receives its own separate ballot, which I believe is going to be happening to cannabis and the other hallucinogenic substances.
And cocaine at this stage, yeah.
And cocaine. What exactly would that entail? And I'm guessing there would be some differences, considering that that's a wide variety of different substances. And I guess I also wanted to say there have been some members who have expressed, in my opinion, a very reasonable concern that a possibly more convoluted and complex approach, which kind of gives either preferential or different treatment to other drugs, could come across as too convoluted and it just wouldn't be effective. But I believe that there are certain drugs that just legitimately deserve their own sort of circumstances and their own sort of, they need different, they deserve different criteria, because this issue is just so complex. I kind of feel that sort of going into umbrellas, specifically with like synthetic drugs and just more conventional drugs, I just kind of feel that it just doesn't work, and it's just, in my opinion, almost naive.
Okay, Jack, can I think, Aveline, table 1, did you want to make a comment? Table 1?
It might relate to more so to the last ballot, but in my opinion, we're either choosing to be tolerant or we're not. We're either choosing to destigmatise or we're not. And by choosing drug by drug by drug, surely that just means that that's our society associated glamour with certain drugs or acceptance of certain drugs, that we're allowing that to continue, and therefore we're not totally destigmatizing, or we're just being tolerant for certain drugs versus other drugs if we vote for this drug by drug model.
Yeah, and it would mean, the result of a ballot would mean you have a certain tolerance for certain type drugs. That's what it would mean. But we have tested in the previous ballot, and people have moved. Yeah. Okay, so there are 3 I have listed, and look, we can test the process with these 3. We will draft a ballot paper based on these 3 for now. Just test this. We'll go back. We'll test the ballot on this process here. You will be asked in the ballot process to set out your preferred model for each of these 3 drugs.
Yeah. And if I could take a moment to show you the ballot paper. Pardon?
Can we re-vote on the last ballot, or is it done?
No,
a lot of people are talking.
The ballot papers, by voting on individual drugs, you can still end up with the same recommendation, even though we've said on the last ballot we don't want the same rule for all drugs.
No, just the last ballot since then.
Which was that one?
Just the last one we just did there.
Oh,
there's been a lot of talk there. I think it would be a different outcome if we re-voted on it.
I'm not following you.
And we re-vote on the last vote that we just did. 2.2, is it?
Sorry, can I test the room? Does everybody want to? No, I don't. Colin, we can't. The room is determined which way they want to move next. Del, 12.
Sorry, can I just...
Sorry, no, yeah, I'm going to have to respect the chair. I have to call different people at different times. Please, table 12.
Yeah, I just vaguely want to challenge what you were saying about destigmatisation. So one could technically have voted F for the last, which a lot of us did, the majority did, and anticipate that in this conversation, say, some drugs, cannabis, would go to D, so it would still be destigmatized. Or, sorry, cannabis would go to E, so it could potentially be legalized and totally destigmatized. And then the rest would go to D. So we're still saying decriminalization, destigmatization. It's just different approaches for specific ones, whether we want them regulated, taxed by whatever, have a revenue stream from the government, all of that stuff. So I think we're getting a bit muddled in that if we're choosing them here on a Word doc, that it means that some aren't good enough and some are okay. I think we can pull back a little bit and say that we can still decide that down the road.
And you can in this process, Adele, I think. So could you just pass the call just to what the ballot paper would look like?
So just to give you a sense of what the ballot paper would look like, for each of the classes of drugs agreed there would be a simple question, which is to ask you, in relation to cannabis, rank your preferred options in order of preference from 1 to 5. So each box gets, well, you can put in rank order preference. Your first preference for cannabis would be either the status quo or a health diversion approach, comprehensive health-led approach, tolerance, or legalization regulation. You put in 1 to 5 of your first preference, second and third. You don't have to go all the way down to 5. If there's only 3 options yet you'd actually contemplate and support, put in just 3 options, 1, 2 and 3. Similarly then, you get to the next question, which is, which will be plant-based medicines or hallucinogenics. And again, you'll be asked to identify your preferred approach. And finally, you'll get to the question of all other drugs. And again, you can distinguish, if you've agreed with a universal approach to all drugs, you can put the same X in the same box for all these different options. If you want to distinguish between how to treat cannabis versus all other drugs, then you indicate that through your rank preference 1 to 5.
I might just ask Kieran just to add to what Cathal said just in time. Why would we go on 1 to 5? Just.
Yeah, this makes it a bit more nuanced in the voting. The previous ones, we were just trying to determine whether there was an overall majority in the room for a specific course of action. For example, an overall majority in favour of treating all drugs the same. On this particular one, we want to now come up with, we've said we're not going to treat all drugs the same. We're going to group them into whatever classes. So let's just, for simplicity, say we decided cannabis treat separately and everything else gets lumped together. I know we have a few other ones separate. The question then is, what do we want to recommend for cannabis? We've got to recommend one of tolerance or legalization or health-led or whatever the options are. And the way we do that is exactly the same way you would vote at a national election if you were electing the president. It's like a Dáil election with a single seat or a by-election. What you've got is, if any one of those options gets a majority, if it gets 51% of the vote, it automatically wins. That's the option. The chances are, because we've got 5 options, that they'll all get different levels, and it's quite possible no single option will get 51% of the vote. If that happens, what we do is we eliminate the one that scores least. So we sort them all by the first preferences. None gets a clear majority. We take all the votes, all the ballot papers that, let's say, voted for the status quo, divide them up based on their second preference, and add those to the first preferences for the other 4 options. And again, if somebody at that stage has a majority, has 51%, that's the recommended approach for that particular drug. If not, we continue, we eliminate the next lowest, and the next lowest if necessary. We can only go 2 or 3 steps before we run out and we end up with a single option anyway. But that is the the way that all of the national elections are carried out here in the country. It's considered by the Irish state to be the gold standard for getting a consensus opinion from a population when there are multiple choices, like there are here. And that will give us, it won't give us everybody's favourite option, because you can't get everybody's favourite option, but it will give us the best consensus across the group for the approach for cannabis in this case. We'll then do exactly the same for whatever we had, MDMA or magic mushrooms, and we will do exactly the same at the end for everything else that we haven't specifically picked out. You may well end up at the end of the day with the status quo for everything, or option C for everything. Even though we said initially we didn't want the same thing for everything, we might, when it comes down to the vote, potentially end up with the same option, but at least we've then analysed them individually and said, yeah, for cannabis, this is the approach we want. For everything else, this is the approach. So it doesn't exclude anything that we've already voted for. You can still vote for the status quo. You can still vote the same for all drugs.
Okay.
And we'll end up with a consensus then.
And can I just clarify, when people are balloting, they have an option going 1 to 5. You don't have to go 1 to 5.
You don't have to go to
express your
5. You
preference.
can just put a number 1 if you want.
Yeah.
You can go all the way down the ballot paper, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Like any election.
If you only put a number 1 on the ballot paper and you're in one of the groups that's eliminated at some stage, then your vote is literally put aside and doesn't carry on. So if you have a second preference, put your second preference on, and if you have a third, put your third on, because it means that your vote carries forward to the next round and counts to some extent. So if you don't get your preferred option, you may get your second best, if that makes sense.
And we'll have different colour ballot papers for each.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to just clarify that? Just 1 second.
So what we're now proposing to do is print off ballot papers for each of the 4 options that are at the top of the list here. So a ballot paper on cannabis, another one on hallucinogenic drugs, a third on cocaine, and a fourth on all other illicit drugs. Each ballot paper will have a different colour, and you can vote on all 4 ballot papers at the same time, which will speed up the process. We'll then get you to cast your votes into the ballot box, and we'll go behind the scenes to count the results, which is going to take some time. We'll count those results over dinner time, or over lunchtime rather, because it's going to be a time-consuming process.
2 last things. Noel first, and then Mary, please.
Just a small but important point on the DMT, psilocybin, mushrooms, ayahuasca, ibogaine. All of these are very therapeutic substances and are often described as plant medicine. So I think it's a bit misleading to put in the word hallucinogenic, and I'd ask that to be taken away. There's a negative connotation to that, and we don't attach to cannabis or cocaine.
Okay, Brian.
Thank you.
Okay, now, Rebecca, I will come to you. Mary, did you want to come in?
Oh yeah, hi. I suppose it's just related to the last question there. I'm a little concerned with the term medicine being used here, because a medicine has a very specific definition. It has to go through regulatory approval. It has to go through randomized controlled trials. You can't just throw the term medicine around. And I know the terms of reference of this Citizens' Assembly excluded these medicinal uses of drugs, and I think just to put it in at this stage, we have very much taken a view of drugs as a whole category, and now suddenly they're being parsed out. There haven't been any presentations specifically about these substances, apart from there's been some on cannabis. But I just very concerned about the use of the term medicine here. Okay. And if you don't vote on medicines,
okay, we're not.
That's up to
medicine isn't on the ballot paper. Yeah. Won't be on the ballot paper. Okay, sorry, Rebecca, can I please?
Just on the ballot, if you could go back to that slide, please, Cathal, I just wanted to seek a little bit of clarification around the words. So D, tolerance, I don't believe it's comprehensive enough. What I'd like to see, if we're going to be true to D, would be to the mentioning of the words combining decriminalisation and depenalisation for possession. Tolerance to me indicates that there's more of what was the word I used? Discretionary approach. So I think, if we could just maybe use that terminology.
Okay.
Okay, all I would say though then is not to confuse matters. There's also elements within Model C that would need to be spelled out, including diversion, decriminalisation and dissuasion. So there is, you know, when you get into the options C and D, there's quite a lot of complexity and nuance. This is just a summary way to try and capture it, assuming that everybody has read the details and understands what lies behind it.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted that to be made aware and publicly noted, okay?
Thanks, Rebecca.
Can I just also add to that, if you're going to say possession, it's either possession for personal use or possession for sale and supply, which are two very different things as well.
Yeah. And as I said, we hope that the explanatory narratives that you have, each of you in front of your table, explains exactly what we mean. So we're talking about possession for personal use. And as I said, there's elements of decriminalisation, both in option C and option D. Just one comes with health diversion, the other doesn't.
Okay, just going to test the room. Can you just show me your hands up in the air? You're ready to proceed with those 4 ballot papers for now? Okay, I'm going to ask the team to circulate the ballot papers and we'll proceed to the ballot on those 4. Yeah. Okay.
So it'll just take us a few minutes to get the ballot papers printed and we'll get those onto your tables. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, thanks, Anne.
Thanks. So it's 4 separate ballot papers.
Yeah.
They just need to, same one for cannabis.
Yeah.
will receive 4 ballot papers, different colours, so just make sure everybody will explain it when they come out, but just make sure you individually get 4 separate ballot papers. Just bear with us to be with you in 2 minutes. We good to go on? Okay, the ballot papers are in the process of being distributed to you now. Again, 4 ballot papers for each person. Party.
Okay, the room's getting very cold indeed, is it?
Yeah, I didn't realise it. It's probably warmer up here, you know. Okay, our facilitator will shortly be distributing ballot papers now for everybody.
Sorry, could I have Marcus and Jesse up to the top just for a moment again, please? I just want to verify that the boxes are empty.
Marcus, when you're ready, please, for a second. All right, we don't have to vote just yet. 1 second. Sorry, apologies. Do you want to clarify? Anybody? Do you want to clarify the 4 sheets they have?
Yeah, send it on to me. Just copy paste it.
If we don't need to clarify, it's okay. Yeah. So again, just please make sure you vote on the colour pages only, not a white paper.
And there should be 4 in total.
the vote is open. You should have 4. One question, sorry. Can you come back? Just at the back. Can we have a mic just at the back?
Jerome, have we a roving mic for the back of the room?
Yes, Elaine has it. Elaine has it. Sorry, we just have a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think there's a consensus from our table that with regard to certain drugs, people are between option C and D in that they want an option for depenalisation and decriminalisation of drugs, but also the option to avail of a health-led approach. So essentially option D, but with a health-led approach, because I don't think option C is explicit enough in that, you know, drugs remain illegal and this would minimise or potentially completely remove the possibility of criminal conviction. So if there's consensus in the room that a health-led approach is the ideal route, then what is the validity of having option D as a non-health-led approach? Could it be amalgamating that D becomes depenalisation, decriminalisation plus a health-led approach?
So maybe I can clarify that, right? So there are distinct differences between option C and option D. Both of them include decriminalisation. So of drugs, possession of drugs for personal use. The difference is option C includes what I would call proactive health referral or health diversion. So for people found in possession of drugs for personal use, they will be referred to a health-led intervention, whereas that doesn't exist in option D. Option D doesn't include health diversion, and that's the distinction. So option C, if you like, is what the Portuguese model does. It refers people found in personal possession for a health-led intervention. Option D is, we describe it as a tolerance model that doesn't have any significant implications other than the drugs found are confiscated, and that's the end of the story. So they're very distinct. Both of them include decriminalisation, but there's an inclusion of health diversion or health referral in model C or option C. There's not in option D.
I think just reading it is not conclusive or explicit enough for me in that the drugs remain illegal and this would minimise or potentially, it's the word potential I guess, potentially completely remove the possibility of criminal conviction.
Yeah.
So one could still receive a criminal record. What's the determination?
So that is a matter that is fraught with all sorts of constitutional and legal complexities, and this is why in option C and in option D, the decisions on the detail are referred back to the Oireachtas and for them to work out the balance between, you know, whether or not it's complete depenalisation, complete decriminalisation, or something somewhat less than that. That's a set of detailed legal questions that we don't have the capacity to answer here. So we have to simply indicate the high-level strategic direction we want. And the distinction between C and D is one includes referral to the health-led interventions, the other doesn't. And those are two very distinct choices. As I said,
they're distinct on the health-led, but I don't think they're distinct on the potential for criminal conviction.
Where's the mic at the minute? I've just lost track. Still, yeah, okay, go ahead. I'll just finish table 14 first, then table 12.
No, just to say again, I think they're distinct in terms of health-led or not, but I don't think they're distinct in terms of, or clear in terms of potential for criminal conviction.
Yeah, because there is ongoing legal uncertainty about the extent to which you can totally remove the criminal conviction possibility, or whether it has to remain. So in other words, there's a distinction between de jure and de facto decriminalisation, and it isn't within our grasp as an assembly to figure out the legalities, what's possible or not. So the answer is that one way or another, whether it's de jure or whether it's de facto, option C and option D both will result in decriminalisation. The extent of that has to be determined by the Oireachtas.
And just as I take more questions, which I can, I know there's a lot of people ready to, but the ballot is open, but I know people still want clarity. Table 12.
It's really following on from the previous comment, because I agree 100% in terms of, again, my preferred outcome is a mix of those two, but should the outcome of this poll not just be presented as it is in terms of like a graph of the preferences of the Citizens' Assembly as opposed to PR down to the final remaining option? because it would give a better view of what the Citizens' Assembly are choosing.
Kieran, you might not have heard all of that, but it was. Thanks. Sorry, I just checked with Kieran here before we. I'm going to ask Kieran to answer that question there, please.
Sorry, I didn't catch all of that, but it's been explained to me here. Just to point out, the voting process we're doing is single transferable vote. It's not actually PR when you're only coming up with a single result at the end. But we will be presenting a chart after the vote for each of the ballot papers, showing you exactly the way the voting went, how many people voted for first preference for option 1, 2, or A, B, C, D, and E, and then at each stage, which options, if any, were eliminated and how those votes transferred to each of the remaining options. So there will be a clear picture of exactly how the count went at each stage following the counting. Sorry, one other question that just came up there. If you've made a mistake on your ballot paper, it is perfectly legitimate to cross out the mistake as long as it's clearly crossed out and just write your proper preference on the page. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the little square box. It can be just to the side of it, as long as it's clear which option your preference is for.
Okay, you can take your time, but the ballot is open. We just have somebody outside who's just due to cast a ballot, so we just let them a chance to come back in. Okay. Okay, can I just check if anybody still needs to post their ballot? I'm going to close the ballot in just a moment. Oh. If I can invite anybody who hasn't voted yet, please. Okay, I'm just checking now. One member, his ballot is still there, but here's Kieran. Kieran, we're just about to go ahead. Take your time, hurry up. So what will I say here? We're going to take No pressure, Kieran. Just hurry up there. Giddy up. Okay. Okay, we're now officially closing that ballot result, and the independent, fantastic observers are taken away for counting and distribution. Okay, can I get all your attention, please? That was a complex set of voting, and we let the ballot the team work through that through lunchtime. I'm going to continue to proceed on. We have lunch. Sorry, folks, can I get everybody's attention? We just say where we're going next. John? So we're going to continue the next 15 minutes or so, use our time. We will be breaking at 1 for lunch. Going to move to ballot paper 1, and you'll see on ballot paper 1 there's potentially 4 recommendations for balloting on. Again, can I restate and encourage you at the tables with your facilitators, primarily focus on the big, bold statement that's made. Some of the other supporting text is context, can be changed different stages, but the big, bold statement is what we will be asking you to ballot on or otherwise. So can I give you they're shorter questions, not as complex. Can I just give you 10 minutes at the table, and then we'll just take stock before we go to lunch. So 10 minutes, and I'll call back in again. Thanks. Table 1.
Paul, sorry, can I just ask, with the commentary that is known in public opinion that there's only 88 of us voting here, that it's commented on, and that everybody knows that it's not 100 of us?
Oh yeah, can we just go live stream? Thank you. Okay, we are live stream, everybody. If we can just get your attention, and we're just checking for any immediate questions before lunchtime. Table 13, Alana, please.
Sorry, just in relation to
Sorry, folks, can I get
1.1, the next national drug strategy. Why can't it be this national drug strategy? Why does it have to be the next national drug strategy? Why do we have to wait another 2 years?
We just answered it. Carl, do you want briefly?
It's a very good question. I mean, it's, I suppose, recognising that the current national drug strategy is at the end of its shelf life. So, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the next 2 years, because one of the other recommendations later on is calling for the next national drug strategy to be brought forward. So really it's around resetting the focus of the next national drug strategy. But you could certainly argue that it should also be prioritised right now. It's a good question.
And if the suggestion is drop next, we can do that.
Yeah, if you drop the word next and next iteration, it'll apply obviously to this strategy and to the next one.
Can you just test that in the room? Do you believe the recommendations will be stronger if we just drop the word next? Okay, we'll do that.
Okay.
Next question, anybody? Sorry, table 1.
I'd just like to know, do we need 1 and 2? To me, they seem quite similar and would just dilute.
1 and 2 are very similar. Do we need both?
You could certainly merge them. They're slightly different. One is focused on the national strategy. The other is focused on government policy formulation, which is what happens in terms of as ministers across different departments propose policies, that they should cross-reference it with the sort of the health implications. So they are two different things.
Yeah, and it is encouraging any policy development to have a consideration of health issues. Some policy issues are required to do it for EU considerations, for example.
Yeah.
We're saying it should be health as well. But they are different, Aveline. They're distinct. Table 1 again. So Mike is there.
Just personally, I'd have a concern that some of the options on this ballot paper are quite vague and open to interpretation. And my concern would be that if we present these conclusions on the same basis that we presented the conclusion about legislative change, that it might be an option for the government to focus on these conclusions, which are open to interpretation, and to maybe relegate the proposed legislative changes to a different stratum. And I just wanted to ask the question, is there any way for the Assembly to emphasise that we want to see action on legislation, and that the other recommendations shouldn't dilute that?
And that's a really good input, because the shaping of the report will be important in terms of what way it's said, what way it's stressed, not just a list of recommendations. And there will be an opportunity, and we should be stressing the importance level of some recommendations in particular. That's where I'd say that.
Yeah, and just to re-emphasise, there already is a commitment given by the Oireachtas and by the government, and it's written into the terms of reference that each of them will respond comprehensively to all the recommendations. So they won't, if you like, they won't have the scope to relegate or disregard certain recommendations, at least at response stage. So there will be transparency coming from both the Oireachtas and from the government about all of the recommendations made by the Assembly.
But again, point well made. Okay, I'm going to go Maura first, and then John just before lunch. Table 7 and table...
Sorry, this is just a quick one from table 7.
The mic got hijacked on the way.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay.
On every recommendation, the word should be replaced with the word must to underline the importance of the recommendations.
Okay. And that's a judgment call.
Yeah, just on that last point, I was just, I don't know whether this fits in or not, but anyway, sure. CNN did a program on San Francisco there a few months ago, but talking about putting the cart before the horse, or that the government might pick one bit and not the other, where it outlined that without the appropriate social scaffolding to support communities and families to prevent problematic drug use in the first place, that in their experience now in California, it seems to have aggravated their drug problem. So they kind of put the cart before the horse. And that is common now when they give a list of things to see, all sorts of things on the streets and certain areas. And one lovely area, that was a lovely area in it, called the main square, I think, I forget the name of it now, that it's barred up shops and places where there used to be lovely hotels and restaurants.
Union
so
Square,
just to be
I think it is.
careful, you know, to jump, that I think to put the scaffolding in first.
Okay,
So
I
thank you.
think it's a comment rather than a question. John, on the table, and then...
1.3 talks about the nearly 5,000 people in
John, just keep it up to your mouth closer.
Sorry, nearly the 5,000 people in prison. Are there going to be resources given in terms of social workers within the prison to get people on their programs?
Yeah, well, that's covered in one of the next ballot papers on funding, and there's a recommendation about increasing resources for exactly, you know, those type of services within the prison system.
I'm going to take one last question from table 4 and then let you get some lunch. And 12 is getting annoyed with me because I said one last question. Okay.
Sorry, we had the same feedback on 1.1, just that could the recommendations all address the current national drugs strategy? Sorry,
we did agree. The room agreed. The room agreed. We'll do that.
Okay, and then the other thing was, in terms of, could the recommendation say something about implementation and accountability as well, please, within the recommendations?
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. That'll come up in one of the next ballot papers. There is a focus on implementation and governance.
For all recommendations?
Yes.
And then just 1.3, could we add within international best practice timeframes, please?
Table 12.
Yeah, so just from the table, there's just 2 queries. 1.3, the state should formalise, adopt and resource alternative health-focused options for people with a drug problem as opposed to with a drug addiction. It just, we think it further stigmatises, so just maybe remove the word addiction. And then...
Okay, just clarify that one more time so we make sure we catch it, please. Adele.
Sorry, so it was for people with a drug... For problematic drug users or for people with a drug problem. Just the language seems slightly stigmatising. That was an opinion from the table. I don't know if it wants to be brought forward.
And this is in relation to
1.3.
1.3.
If I could just say, like, the word addiction, drug addiction, kind of appears significantly across this ballot paper, right? Yeah. And I suppose we're distinguishing between referencing, you know, the clinical fact of drug addiction versus describing somebody as an addict. So my understanding from the discussions around stigmatization and stigmatizing languages, describing somebody as a drug addict, you know, is stigmatizing, whereas describing drug addiction is a different proposition. But I don't know if I've picked that up correctly.
I think it was the preferred language. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
Look,
fine.
I'm gonna, sorry, go ahead, Adele.
There was just another one from the table. Sorry. To this ballot paper 1 piece, is that going to go forward, the heading? So recovery and supporting people with problematic drug use within the criminal justice system?
Do you mean into the report?
Yeah.
No, not necessarily. This is only to just try and summarise what's an amalgam of 2 different topics, recovery and then supporting people with problematic drug use in the criminal justice system.
It refers throughout the paper as within the criminal justice system. But the drug strategy prioritising a systemic approach is broader, isn't it?
Yes, so questions 1.1 and 1.2 are broader than people within the criminal justice system. So the criminal justice system questions are just 1.3 and 1.4.
So does the criminal justice bit need to be just taken out of the header?
I wouldn't concern on the header genuinely. There'll be different headings as we get to our report and categories, primarily to help ourselves today.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. No. Okay. Okay, I'm going to now let you break because in fairness to the hotel, we're back at 2, isn't it?
Yes, 2
back
o'clock.
at 2. If I can ask you back 2 sharp, and we'll kick straight back in to try close out on this one. Thank you. So is there any changes we can take on board from what they said? Just get Jesse and Malcolm, please, and Marcus. Jesse and Marcus. Number one, there were a number of questions came up just before, some clarifications, some just comments. The one came up in terms of just saying strategy rather than next strategy, and the room agreed that we should go with that, so we'll change the paper on that basis. Excuse me. Second one came up that we should say remove should and put must everywhere. Colin and myself have just been talking about this, and here is our view. We would recommend stay with should. It's generally the tone of most proposals, most propositions to government. Must, yeah, might have a bit more bite to it. My own view, it won't make a difference. It stresses it maybe differently. But I would recommend, and Colin would agree with me, that we stick with should on those bases. But I'm going to test that with the room, in fairness. So who agrees we should stay with the word should? Okay, I think it is a majority. And look, it's a nuance issue. I wouldn't be overly concerned about it, but that's our view. Thanks. There was another question about these being amalgamated. I think we addressed that they are two separate, distinct issues. There was a question around the language of drug addiction. And I think Cathal did address that. That is a kind of a preferred term, medically and otherwise. There was a question around the header that's on it, and we clarified it's not a header that's in the recommendation. And then there was a question around within international best practice, and Cathal is proposing that we take that out of the recommendation and put it into the text to describe it. I wasn't sure it's adding huge value in the recommendation itself. Are you all okay with those changes that we've brought forward? Okay. Okay, so we'll do that. Is there anything burning, changing people want to do here? Because what I propose next is we agree that we'll ballot on those papers based on those changes. Can I have a show of hands to just say agreed? Okay, agreed. We will now prepare those ballot papers. So we're going to keep things working in parallel. Count is still going on number 2. We're going to prepare the ballot papers, those on number 1. And now I'm going to move us to number 3. That's okay? So we just try to keep things moving in parallel. But we will keep you posted once we have results. So, ballot paper number 3, which is being circulated? Okay, apologies. It will be around the whole issue, which some of the questions came up in that session around governance and implementation. Do you remember some of the discussions we had about oversight and political oversight, etc.? So it'll be in those areas and a number of questions. So just give us a minute, sorry.